favorite e-reader, cause there's no time to waste. This month isn't just for Kindle peeps to participate. Get your backlog rounded up and pick the ebooks you think you'll be able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Dakota for you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day. So you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it.
We are just going to forget about that because it got stuck in like a weird random spiral towards the end. Hi everyone, I am here. I'm still quite sick and I have reached like the excessive coughing stage. So that's where I'm at the moment. Where did my background go? I was messing around today because it was telling me that I've nearly used all of my time. So I thought they were being a bit rude. But yes, hope you are all well. I finished Piranesi and I'm so excited. It was such a good book. I started to really piece it together and I was messaging Jess Kiwi earlier being like, "Ooh, I think it is this and this." And she's like, "You got two of those things right." So I'm like, "Oh, I'm on the right path." But it was such a fun ride. And the very last, the sentence of the book is just absolutely stunning. So I'm working on my rating at the moment. I think it's going to be a 4.5, but I've filled out all my information in my little book journal here. But then I have my yearly book journal that I realized I haven't actually filled out for May yet. So that's probably what I'll be doing in the first sprint. And then I will be picking up Lunar Destiny again because I need to finish reading that one. I think I'm at like 45% through Lunar Destiny. I think, hang on, I can check. Let me check my books. Why are you not showing me my reads? Rude. Oh, I haven't actually put the percentage of what I'm up to yet. So I don't know, but when I open my book, I'll be able to find out. But I hope you're all well. any co-hosts, the link is in the spreadsheet. So if you want to join, feel free. If not, that's fine. Also, I have decided, so let everyone know on the KuKi train, I go live tomorrow at 2, but in the evening, I'm thinking of having like a pizza party. So I think I can have up to 6 co-hosts. So if like you guys want to jump on and we can have like a cute little pizza party, I might, I don't know, figure out a quiz, or I don't know, I'll figure out some fun things to do to have at the pizza party. And we can read our books and eat pizza, and it will be awesome because I really feel like pizza. And I was like, let's just have a pizza party. It's a Friday night. Why not? So let's have a look at the comments and see who's here today. Christina, hi Kiani, I really tried to make it, but alas, I'm off in my sleeper car. Hope you have a beautiful day. Happy sprinting. Thank you, Christina. And as always, don't forget your ticket stamped with a tap to the like button and pick up your transfer coupon by hitting subscribe, and be sure to stop by the bar car and get some hydration in. I literally just filled up my huge, I think it's like, it's in ounces, but we don't use ounces over here. And I can't remember how many it is. It's a hydro jug, and it's so big and heavy. Like it's bigger than my head, like tall. So this is full of water because I'm really trying to keep congestion down and not cough so much. As I said, I coughed. Hilarious. And then here we have the KuKi Sprint Train playlist. Come jump on and have fun. Chantel is the next stop after me, arriving at 8 a.m. EST. And I know if you're AEST, then that is 10 p.m. for you guys. The rest of the time zones, I have no idea. Grab your books, water, your meds, a cozy blanket, your fave reading buddy, and positive attitude. Time to get kooky. Just a Kiwi is here with the Kiwi. I'm gonna just be in the comments tonight. I need to get up early tomorrow, and I know I won't go to bed if I come on screen. Yeah, that's fine. That is a-okay. I'm excited to see what you're doing. If you want to come and join for the pizza party tomorrow, feel free. I think it'll be fun. Mom and I just catching up on some shows. David Lomas, Selling Houses, Colin and Manu. I know Selling Houses, but I don't know the other ones. I do love a good house show. When I was in hospital, I spent a lot of time watching like house flipping, or the shows where they like go to like 3 different houses. I forget what it's called, but they go with the real estate agent to 3 different houses, and they like pick the best of the 3. I really like that one too. And like house flipping shows and stuff like that. That's what I watched a lot of in hospital. That's kind of like when people say they're like reality TV to de-stress, mine are always those house shows. I've never got much into like the drama shows, but reality shows, but definitely more the house shows. Although recently I started to watch what is it called? Love on the Spectrum. I love that. I always have. But what is it? Love is Blind. And I don't really watch dating shows, but I got really intrigued with that one. And the first season I think was really great, but the more I watch it, it's becoming more like people know what it's about now and they're going on it for the wrong reasons. Where I think the first season was really like, yeah, I don't know. It's a very interesting show. Popped in to hit the like button. I have to go nurse my headache, but hopefully you can come back and read in a bit. Happy reading. Thanks, Rally. I hope your headache gets a little bit better. I know I am definitely downing my pain meds to get rid of my headache as well as my foot pain. I have excessive nerve pain at the moment. The doctors think it's because my nerves are trying to finally regrow after dying off. And so the like shooting electricity pain in my left foot right now it's just like fires off randomly all throughout the day. Can be like long amount, can be a short amount. It's very agonizing. So yes, I hope your headache gets better. I understand pain. I also can't read when I'm in too much pain. So I definitely feel that. Like, shut your blinds, although it's probably nighttime where you are, I think, or maybe it's starting to be daytime. I don't know. Lock yourself in a room that's really dark, and then it should be a best way to like get rid of your headache. Hi, Ria. I hope you are well. I might study first session, then read the second, as it'll be evening for me. Very nice. Same here, although it is starting to get a little dark. That's why I have my light on, because outside is a bit dark, but it has been really rainy. So it's kind of rained on and off all day today. Yes. And what are you studying again? I know you said you were studying a few things, but what are you going to like study this first session? Hi, Galenda. She says, hi, Selena and everyone. I hope you're well. What are you reading? What are you doing? How is everyone going with their KuKi reads? I really want to know what you guys are reading and stuff. I've never seen the intro video before. I was blown away. Oh my God, so was I. Who did I accidentally stumble upon? Oh, for some reason, the train didn't work properly while I was asleep, and I woke up to the start of Dee Dee's, and then I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I saw the opening video. I'm like, wow, this is really cool. Like, I really love Dee Dee's. The video is so awesome. And because I only used the free StreamYard, I had like no idea what was going on. And so I tried to figure out a way to be able to put the video on, because you can't actually have an opening video on StreamYard unless you pay for it. But all I did was went over to the tab, I full screened it, and then I pressed play. Unfortunately, it got stuck and it didn't get to finish, which is heartbreaking, but we're going to work on that one. But it is really, really cool. Coda did such an incredible job, honestly. Hi, Atia. Hey, popping into Boop the Like. Thank you so much. Pizza. Yeah. I'm in. I love it. Yes, pizza party. I'll be in the comments. That's all good, Sash. But yes, definitely bring your pizza. You can have pizza even if it's 2 a.m. where you are, or even the middle of the day. Just have a lunch pizza. Pizza parties are universal. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. As long as you've got a pizza, you're fine. That looks like a 40 ounce. I think that's what it is. But holy moly, it holds so much water, and it is heavy. Like, it is really freaking heavy. And I've had like a smaller Stanley before, but I love this one so much more because it's like a suction seal, and like it does not leak, where I feel like Stanleys can leak a little bit. So yeah, I'm a huge Hydro Jug fan. And it's great because with all the medicine all the medicine I am on and the conditions I have, I get dry mouth a lot. And so I kind of always have to have water to like keep my mouth not dry, especially when I'm talking and stuff like this. I really need to keep hydrated. Sorry about that. I will probably be muting myself a lot to cough tonight. I'll be e-reading Can't Get Enough by Kennedy Ryan. I'm at 48% and I'm enjoying this one. Ooh, I've never read any Kennedy Ryan, but I have heard that they are like a good writer. So I'll definitely have to read them. Are you enjoying it? Lomas is a journalist in New Zealand that reunites lost families. Oh, that's really cool. Sorry. Colin and Manu are from MKR. Oh, yeah. But they're road tripping around New Zealand. Oh, that's interesting. That's really cool. I'd love to road trip around New Zealand. I think that I was talking with Nicole I think we're going to come and get you and we're going to road trip around New Zealand for a holiday. Probably in a few years because we're all poor. But a little bit of chemistry. Ooh, I don't know what that is. Who's that one by? Let me have a look. Let's have a little look. Storygraph. A little bit of... Sounds like a romance novel. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, that's right. You're not reading a book. You're studying chemistry. Gotcha. I'm an idiot. Hi, Chris. I hope you were well. What you up to this evening, this morning, this whatever time? Hey, Ducky. Hello, going to read Thieves and Monsters by Cleo Evans and eventually I'll do my housework. Oh, honestly, I need to clean my room because I have been so unwell that I just really did not want to clean, because when you're sick, all you want to do is lie in bed. And so if I'm feeling a little bit better, I might do that in the morning before pizza party sprints. Come on over. Oh, I'm so excited. There's so many things I want to see in New Zealand. I was obsessed with, there is a New Zealand TV show, but I think it was produced by British people. But the cast is predominantly New Zealand. It's like a stupid kids TV show called The Tribe. And I was obsessed with that show. I still am. I still go back and watch it. And it's the worst acting, but it is amazing to watch the kids at the beginning, like the first season, to where they like go up to, and they're like, the acting gets better. But there are a few places from that show that I want to go see because you can. So yeah, that's definitely on my list. Also, Hobbiton. And we have someone new. Hi, Jamie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit sick. Got a bit of a cough. It's kind of progressing past the first part of sick to the second. And this is the worst for me because it like sits on my lungs. I don't breathe right. And it's horrible. But we're pushing through.
Yes.
What are you reading or doing this evening?
I have 2 books going on right now. I'm listening to Tiananmen Square by I don't remember the name of the author. From the BookTube Prize checklist. Slowly making my way through those because the ones I have left, not all of them are in our library system. And some of them I could get as print books, but my local library branch is in renovation right now. So if I want to put books on hold, like physical books, I have to go to a totally different branch, and it's really awkward.
Yeah, right.
So I've not been doing physical books. So unless I can find it as an ebook or an e-audiobook, yeah, some of them I'm just gonna have to wait and hope that they do an audio version.
Yeah.
So I'm picking them off a few at a time when I find them. So this one's on there, and then I'm reading The Art of Murder.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I think it's Catherine Newsom, maybe. It's an arc that comes out, I think, this month. It archives this month for sure, like next week. So I'm reading that, and it's kind of fun because I'm imagining it as I read it, like if it was an audiobook, because the main character, one of them, is named Alexa. So when it comes out in audio, that's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an Alexa system. I don't have that. But I've had it when
Is
roommates.
Alexa Google?
No, I don't know.
I have like the Google dot thing in my room.
Yeah.
That listens to me all the time. And government, if you're listening, I don't care. You can hear about all my books.
Yeah, I don't know how the whole licensing thing works with that, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny. Anyway,
Yeah.
so it's kind of a weird one to start because there's a murder, but it's not really a murder; it's an accidental death.
Ooh.
But it they get away with it so far, and one of them is kind of feeling like they want to do it again. So yeah, I'm not sure it's a
What's you
thriller
gonna
exactly,
taste?
but yeah, I'm getting the sense that they're trying for thriller,
Right.
but
Okay.
I'm not getting the emotional structuring of a thriller. So I'm not really sure how I would shelve it if it came into the bookstore, like what category it would go in yet.
Yeah. But yeah. That's interesting. So I'm the same. I finished Piranesi over on Sasha's Sprints.
Saw
And
that.
I
Congratulations.
think I've settled on 4.5. I think that's where it's sitting for me.
That was kind of where I was at. And I was a little bit too confused for too long
Yep.
to give it a 5-star.
Yeah. I think for me, what did I like? Because I was like breaking it down and everything like that. And I think like for me, it was kind of like the motives and the logic behind certain characters didn't quite like feel like seamless. Like I got it, but it wasn't like smooth and nice.
Right.
Like I didn't, but
With
the
the writing
overall,
being so lovely, you want it to all come together and just feel like everything just fits, and it's this perfect object, and your confusion or
puzzle.
whatever it is all feeds into the experience, and it's not quite there.
It's kind of like a puzzle where the pieces don't quite like fit nicely together. Like a
Have you read
badly made
the
puzzle.
Poisonwood Bible?
What was that?
Have you read the Poisonwood Bible by Kingsolver?
No, I haven't.
That one's one where there's a bunch of different bits. And it's kind of part 1 and part 2, but that one gives me anyway that feeling of, this is a perfect book. So that one is one of the books that came to mind in terms of writing style. That
I liked the writing style. I thought it
Yeah.
was really whimsical and really cleverly put together. I loved the world that we were in, how it felt so like bleak,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it didn't. And it was
Yeah.
like very, all of my thoughts have been documented on other people's sprints. Like from what I initially thought was going on to it was chaotic. And then
I saw some of that. Yeah.
right about 75%. If you haven't read it, block your ears. At about 75%, I sent Jessa Kiwi a message saying, "Oh my God, I think this is a child that has been kidnapped and that the 16 is a police officer who's trying to find the kid." And she's like, "You were right about 2 things." So obviously he wasn't a kid, he was a grown adult. But yeah, I definitely like it about 75%. That was kind of my like I kind of am putting things together. But yeah, I thought it was brilliant. And I think the last sentence of that book is absolutely something that's going to stick for a while. It was really beautifully written.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'll reread it. I might. If I'm ever in a place where I feel like I'm stuck in my head too much, I might read it as a reminder to get out of your head.
Yeah. It might be one to reread in like a decade when you've had that much more reading to compare it to. And because with books like that, I always find myself referencing other things I've read to kind of flesh it out a little bit. So just what you've read in the last decade will change how you perceive the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think for me, it was definitely like a metaphor of your mind and
Yeah.
being stuck. And I know different people will interpret it in different ways. And I think that's the beauty of this book.
Mhm.
But for me, it was like when you have a mental illness or something like that, like I've suffered with like mental illness,
Yeah.
you get stuck in your head because it's peaceful and it's quiet. And there's so much noise and confusion. And I felt that in the book, like when he was talking about, oh, there's a part where it's that there's these places, all these cars and thousands of people, and like that,
Mhm.
it can feel very like busy in your head,
Mhm.
where you kind of step in and you kind of want to stay in that peacefulness. But
Mhm.
at the end, he chose to leave, and he
Yeah.
found kind of that the outside world can be just as peaceful and just as kind.
Mhm.
And that was like, holy, I wish I had read this book in my early 20s when I was really struggling and going through it. But I might even change it to a 5. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I felt it in my heart, and I think that's what makes it a good book.
Yeah, maybe it's more like a 4.75. Get into the story graph structure.
Yeah. I don't do
story.
7.5s on Storygraph anyway, but
I like that
might
they're
bump it
having
up.
more options that Storygraph does like that.
I do the 4.5s, but
Mhm.
4.75, that's too much. I'm like, there's too much to think about.
Well, that's the ones where you just automatically go for a 5-star on Goodreads, but comparing it to
Yeah.
other 5 stars, maybe it wasn't quite.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I don't know if it's just because I don't read a lot of literary fiction that I actually finding that I'm really liking that genre.
Yeah.
Even though it had fantasy like entwined,
Yeah.
it was still very like literary. And
I
so
liked it with literary fiction, fantasy, that there's more to think about.
yeah.
Because with fantasy, after a while, if I've read too much just straight up fantasy, I get bored really easily because it kind of all is at a more shallow level. Even if there's politics and big issues, they're not treated very in depth.
Yeah.
So as a grown up, sometimes I need a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm finding I definitely like literary fiction
Yeah.
a lot more than I thought I did. Maybe that's just with getting older. I don't know.
Yeah, and the more you read, the more you experience, the less the bubblegum stuff really sits right.
Yeah. Huge fan of that book. So oh yeah, we talked about that's what Rhea is studying. But you're right, it does sound like a romance. It does. It does sound like some kind of romance novel. That's why I was looking up. I'm like, surely this is a romance book. And there was nothing. I was like, oh. I mean, I do want to be reading romance right now instead. Well, if you study for the first sprint, then the second sprint, you can read your romance book. That's
It's
how
a
I used to do
reward.
it.
Yeah.
Used to break it up. Hello, Chris from Glenda. Chris said, not much of anything at the moment. I injured my knee, so I've been taking it easy. Oh, I hope that heals like soon, Chris. I hate knees. Mine, I've started to notice when I'm walking. My left knee is fine, which is the leg that's dead, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But my right knee has been like clicking with every like step. And I'm like, what? I don't need 2 legs that don't work. Like, come
Yeah.
on, give me 1 leg. But
Yeah, I've got a little bit of arthritis like under the kneecap. So going downstairs is no longer nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I was saying to my grandparents, the neighbors next door to us are like elderly, and they have a 2-story house, and their bedrooms are upstairs. And we just live on like the one level. It's a huge house that we are in, but it's one like flat level. And I was saying to them, it's really like lucky because you don't have to move into like a nursing home, or like one of those old villages, or like move the house that you've lived in. Because my pop built this house. He with bricks all on his own, with like some help from others, and
Nice.
he very much built this house. And so it's nice to know that they can stay here because it's all on the level.
Yeah.
And we've made accommodations even in the bathroom now, because with my foot, we got some like railings put in and things like that. So that'll be helpful for them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really good to know that, you know, they're going to be safe. No stairs to fall down here.
Yeah.
Hello, Glenda, Ria, Jess, Gethin. Oh, this is I'm assuming this is your crazy name that you add in all the time. Jones, Paula, and Jamie. Yeah, those two threw me.
Good.
Jamie. Chris is always trying to confuse us, honestly. I remember this quiz show that had the kids do questions, and there was a mosh pit with sponge bricks. I don't remember that one. Oh my goodness. That sounds fun though. I remember there was like a
Nickelodeon.
There was a Nickelodeon one where it was like Legends of the Hidden Temple, and like you had to like go in and you had to get like the key or the diamond, or you had to grab something and get out, and the people would like jump out and scare you, and they'd be like, "Wah!" And then like you have to go around another way, and you were like timed. I used to love that show. That one was so fun. Hi, Chris. Jojo's saying hi, everyone. Jojo. You look very relaxed in that beanbag there, Jojo. With the book and a coffee. I feel like I need a coffee, but I don't want to have too much milk while I'm coughing and not well. Trying to stick to like herbal teas and things like that. But I want a coffee so bad.
Yeah. Can you drink it black?
I can, but also caffeine works in my body a little bit different, because I already have such a dry mouth that caffeine can like exacerbate the mucus production.
Okay.
So I'm trying to avoid it. I will probably cave at some point tonight and down a coffee. Yeah, at some point.
Can you tolerate decaf coffee?
What was that?
Can you tolerate decaf coffee?
Probably. I've never had decaf in my life.
Because that would give you the coffee without having to get the caffeine.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll work for the withdrawal of the caffeine. I'm shocking with coffee.
If you just don't think of it as decaf, maybe your brain will just be like, "Oh, this is coffee," and you'll be good.
I love that. Yeah, I'm terrible with coffee. If I don't have it for like 2 days, I get migraines, I get jittery. I'm definitely in like caffeine addiction. It's bad. You guys make me enjoy reading so much, and it's fun to share my interests with other people. You know what? I love it too, because I don't really go out and socialize. With my low immune system, when you go out, you get sick. I went out to trivia last week. I got sick. And it's just a little reminder to stay inside and socialize. So it's good to have people that you can socialize with. And it was a really good sorry, 1 second. Okay, back. It was really good when it's going to be full of muting tonight, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been smoking for years. It's really good when you're stuck in a place, like, for example, when I was in hospital, there was always someone there. I could jump into the sprint and just chat with someone, and it was so nice. Jamie, did you decide to do the 1 or 2 sentence reviews to get the archived books off your NetGalley?
I did on some where I kind of already knew a bit about the book and could say something without feeling bad. But I haven't figured out what to write on the rest of them that would not be dishonest or pointless. And yeah, I don't know what other people do for that. So yeah, so far my percentage is only slightly better than it was when you gave that suggestion. Yeah, I have all these arcs archived, and some of them, like when I come across them out in the wild, they're on my radar as things that I've said that I was going to read, so I need to read them. So I do, or listen to the audiobook or whatever. But until that happens, they're just sitting there making my percentage lousy. And yeah, I can't just put something down that would imply that I read it if I didn't.
It's like
Yeah.
when Nicole was reading that book that had a dog in the title, and then everyone was rating it like there was a dog, like it was about a dog, and she's like,
Yeah.
it's not even about a dog. They didn't read it.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I went through and did find a few where even though I haven't actually read them, at this point I know enough about them that in some cases I just know that they weren't even for me. So some of them, like when I started on NetGalley, I was putting my name in for a lot more books that I didn't really want to have read. Because I just didn't know as much about some of the authors, and I was not really on BookTube yet. So I didn't have a lot of the information about newer books from other people reading new books and arcs. So now I hear about a lot more authors from other people that are also on NetGalley or reading books as they're coming out. And some of the authors that I was approved for, I have no interest in reading those authors. I can say with quite strong confidence that the cover is beautiful, the title is great, and this is just not a book that's for me.
And that's a good review for a book like that. If you like the cover and you like the title,
it'll be misleading for people that like my kind of book, and they're going to be disappointed. Yeah. So I figure at that point I'm giving valuable enough feedback that, yeah. But I need to figure out what to do on the rest of them, because it is silly that it penalizes you for those books. And it's misleading about me because my ratings now, I don't have a lot of books that archive without me getting to them anymore. But those earlier books are still like a weight dragging me down. So still dealing with it.
Maybe in NetGalley November we can get those all off the
we need to do like a discussion thread, like in NetGalley November, have a discussion thread. What do you do with the books that archive? And what are people's strategies? And what is the reasoning behind their strategies and all this stuff? Because I know I'm not the only person who deals with this.
I've only just started on NetGalley, so although I know everyone was like, don't just add lots of books, don't just add lots of books. I did it. I was like, this looks cool, this looks cool, this looks cool, this looks cool. And I was like, if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah, requesting is great. It's the read it nows that get you in trouble, because you obviously always get those. And when I started, I didn't really think about when they were going to archive, and some of them I didn't have that much time for. Yeah.
It's also, I know we're doing an ARC weekend for KuKi, so that might help you get a few off.
Yeah, all of my KuKi TBR is my arcs from NetGalley.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
all of my KuKi is not, and then I have a specific like little box for like all of my ARC reads for the weekend.
And almost all of mine that archive in May are on there, only because I got approved for 2, after I'd made my TBR and set it in
Ah,
stone and everything that
yeah.
also archived like May 31st or something. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You're getting through them. That's all that
Yeah.
matters. Hello, Jamie and Jojo.
Hi, Glenda.
Sorry about your knee, Chris. Yeah. Do you guys have, you can get the, I've got it here. I put this on my knee that hurts. It's called Denka Rub. It's like a heat gel. I love this stuff. Get it for your knee, honestly. It's great. As a dancer, I also approve. It's great.
Nice.
What does everyone look for in books? Like character, plot, adventure. I think that's what makes us unique. I think for me, it's the feeling that the book leaves me with. So it's not so much the story itself, it's how I feel about what's in the story. So if it makes me feel something really strong like hatred, if it's a book like about murder, or if it leaves me feeling those things, or it keeps me guessing and then like I finally get it like an answer. I think it's those. I think for me it's the feeling that books give me.
Yeah, I need to feel like I can engage with the story. So I have to have something I can relate to. It has to be a story that I don't find so distasteful I wouldn't want to know about it. Yep. Although I'm also trying to read all the books in the Boxall's 1001 Books You Must Read Before You Die lists.
Okay.
And I started out like the year after the first edition of that came out. It's like 2007. Trying to read all of them. So the rule back then that I've kept is that I'm not skipping any and I'm not DNFing them.
Okay.
And some of them are really bad. So I get my dose of horrible books that I wouldn't have wanted to know those stories from that. So but yeah, it just reinforces my wanting to be able to want to know the story. Like so
I love a good list. So this is like very intriguing to me, going down and reading them.
The combined list for all the editions of Boxall's is like 1,300 books or something like that. Because each edition they removed some and added some others, and there's a list challenges list for it and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I found like a blog called like 1,000. Why am I repeating? I shouldn't be. That's really strange. Where's the echo coming from? I don't know.
There's a Goodreads group. Actually, there's 2 Goodreads groups for people that are reading all of them. And I'm in both. And then, have you ever encountered list challenges yet?
No, but I love a good list challenge.
List challenges is something you should know about. Listchallenges.com, I believe. This is a site that is all about clickable lists. So like the book section, each list is something where you click on the ones you've read and it keeps track of it for you. So yeah. And you can make your own lists. And you can
wow. They've even got like movie lists.
Yes. It is such an addictive site.
My mind has been blown. Oh my gosh, I'm going to share this link in the chat because my mind has just been blown. Goodbye, KuKi. See you later. I'm off to live my best list challenge life.
Yes. And it's really great for those long lists where it's hard to keep track of what you finished and what you haven't. So most of the long lists are on there. When I was looking at what I needed to read for the Dublin Literary Award long lists, because last year's was 72 books. This year's, I think, was even a little longer. I don't remember exactly how many there were, but last year they hadn't discovered list challenges yet. And I wanted a clickable list for last year's
and there wasn't one.
So I made one.
Oh, look at you.
And somebody must have pointed them towards it, because then they made lists for the rest of it or different parts of it. I still don't think they made one for the entire library, because they have on their website like all the books that have been longlisted for all the years of their award. I made a super list of all of them. It took months to
Yeah.
do that thing. And if I'd waited a little longer, maybe they'd have done it themselves, but they still haven't done one like that
Just
yet.
with the list, yeah.
Because nobody really wants one that long except me and other crazy people. So, yeah. But they made all sorts of other lists. So I didn't have to make one for this year's long list because they did that. So that's
Yeah,
nice.
nice.
But I know they didn't know about it before I made my list. So,
I love
yeah.
it. Ria, it has to be reasonably paced, so like medium pacing at minimum, typically. Otherwise, I'm not that picky as far as writing. I just ask they don't draw my attention to it in a bad way. Yeah. I also forgot to say, with fantasy, for me, I need to feel like I'm immersed in the world.
Right.
If I feel like I'm not a part of the world and it's not, I can't vividly like see what you're writing about. I'm like, what is this fantasy? Go away.
Well, and there's got to be some sort of reason why things work the way they do in fantasy and in sci-fi. Like, if they're throwing out magic stuff that doesn't make any sense with the rest of it, that doesn't work for me. I don't care if it's not our physics and our science. There's got to be some sort of internal logic to how things are working, or like, why are we even talking about it then? And I don't like sexism just because that's what everybody's always done.
Yeah.
I used to be more allowing in sci-fi and fantasy just because, I was reading classics a lot. And so, of course, they're going to have bad gender politics and stuff. But if it's recently published and they're still doing a misogynistic world, they made up the world. They could have made it better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good view. I like that. The fetus, yes. Oh, that was my wildest Piranesi theory. That it was a fetus waiting to come out into the world.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about water sloshing all around, and I was like, oh, it's a fetus.
I could see where you got that, yeah.
That was my wildest theory. Maybe I'm going to write that in like all my reviews. And so like I start a trend of people thinking of a fetus when they read Piranesi. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Glenda. It'll get better. I'm just taking it easy for now. Nice. I've muted everything. Someone let me know when the Piranesi talk is over. It's pretty much over. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything else. Hope someone put it down there so you haven't been muted for forever. Thank you for sharing. How are you celebrating VE Day today? What is VE Day? You throw it's. Is this a made up Chris thing? Is there anything in America that is VE Day?
Is it a British holiday, maybe? I know that there's Victory Day, but I think that's the 8th. Because I know there was something in our news about our president wanting to declare it a holiday for the 8th. And so that's coming up. I think that's the 8th of this month.
Well, it's the 8th for us today. So maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't.
So yeah, maybe it's the Victory Day.
I think
it's associated with World War II.
Okay, so it's like our Anzac Day.
Yeah, so it's and Trump was making a big fuss about that. We don't have a Victory Day here, and we were there too, and we won, so we should have a Victory Day. Like,
we didn't even win ours; we lost, and we still celebrate it.
Yeah. So basically, just an excuse for more pomp and circumstance. Yeah.
Yep. More holidays. Why not?
Mhm.
Give it a while before you cement a rating. It's worth sleeping on it. Okay.
Mhm.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I might do that. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask earlier. What's a good book on climate change or climate in general? Very specific. Sorry. I haven't read much on climate change. And the book that jumps into my head is like a YA dystopian book, and it's got nothing to do with real climate change. It's just what happened to the world after climate change happened.
Mhm.
And it's about two sisters, and one's like stranded on an island. What is
Mhm.
this called? Let me find it. It was beautifully written. I really enjoyed it. If you have any ideas.
Hugh Howey writes a lot of books that have climate change and climate related themes in his stories. There's one where it's kind of a love story set in the not too distant future, and about a woman who's collecting shells. And because, like, when global warming happens for long enough, when the sea temperatures increase too much, it changes the acidity of the ocean, and shells don't form because they need to be cold enough to actually accrete the material that makes the shell. So shells are a thing of the past. And so the couple meets in conjunction with her looking for shells and him having shells that he could show her. Like, and that's very much climate fiction. I've read others this year. There have been a couple arcs that were really good, but off the top of my head, I don't remember. And it's the downside to reading so many books. I'd have to be thinking about it when it's not past midnight. And I'll finished. Actually, the one that I just finished, I think, was 165 for the year.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got that many stories in my head from this year, and I know some of them were climate fiction stuff. And I know I read at least a handful last year too. So if I come up with enough of them, maybe I'll do a video about ones that I've come across in the last couple of years, because I know I've read quite a few, and some of them were really good. Like, actually got the science right, really good.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Mine is still like stuck in like a forever load screen trying to figure out what that book is. So I'll come back to it eventually. But they lived on like floating islands, and they were like different levels. And then so the highest level of the island was like they were like floating. But there was like you could go, and like the lowest level like almost connected with the sea, so you could go out in like a boat or something. And it's like where we've kind of destroyed the world and everything, and the atmosphere and everything like that. The people that live on the top have good air. They're the wealthy people that do lots of good things. And then the further down, like the island you go, the levels up. The people are less friendly. That's where all the criminals are. It was just really, really good.
Nice.
But I'll have to find what it was called. But it was very interesting. And then so that followed one sister, and the other sister was on an island alone with nobody. And so that was, it was very interesting. And there's a bit of a twist in it, and you're like, oh, it's quite good. Yeah. I have to figure out what that one's called. Ria, are you thinking of the Nickelodeon Guts, like Wipeout for Kids? I don't know that one. I don't think I ever watched Guts.
I was a bit too old when they started doing a lot of that. So it's something that my youngest brother and sister watched a lot more Nickelodeon.
The children get shows, Yes, The Hidden Temple. I used to live for that show. I forgot the name of it, but I think of it often. Yeah. There's a website where you can find episodes of that. And I can't remember what it is, but it's somewhere in my saved bookmarks. So if I find it, I will send it to you, Jess.
I always am on YouTube, like looking up things I used to watch. Like I liked Banana Man.
Ooh, I've never
I don't
heard
know
that one.
why we got it on our PBS, but it was on our PBS when I was a kid. The public broadcasting, like the state-funded TV. So Banana Man is British, like classic British cartoon about a boy that when he eats a banana, he becomes Banana Man.
I love it.
And his arch nemesis is Apple Man.
I love it. That's so good. I fondly remember those cartoons from like I always think back to Nickelodeon, and then you've got like, I think of like Cat Dog.
Mm-hmm.
How do they come up with this stuff? And there was an Australian TV show which I absolutely loved. It was called Little Elvis Jones and the Truck Stoppers, and it was like this kid I think was supposed to be like reincarnated Elvis, but he's an Australian kid. And I don't know, it was such a wild show. The music was great. It was so good. There was another one called like Tracy McBean, who's like, she's super smart. And the Australian cartoons are wild, honestly. They breed them differently.
Yes.
Neither of those had a lime green theme. Ooh. I know there was an Australian show called Go Go Stop, but I think that used screens that you stand on. I don't think there was like a foam pit.
Yeah.
I remember I used to watch Guts and then Hidden Temple right after it. It was so good. Those were the days. It was either ABC or Nickelodeon, not sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe Amazing Rhea. Ooh. Have I tried dandelion root coffee? I have not. That sounds
I've
awesome.
had dandelion root tea, and it's gross.
Oh,
I would put that in your mouth. It's supposed to be healthy. I'm sure it is, but it's staying in the package, and I'm probably giving it to somebody that is more health nut than I am.
what does it taste like?
It tastes like if you took some roots from your backyard and stewed them and maybe burnt them a little bit, and then it's a horrible flavor.
I want to try it now. Dirty root water.
Yeah. If you were closer, I'd give you the package.
Well, I'll be California in October. I've seen people write something like Isabel Allen Dave writes fantastic historic fiction.
Yeah, I could see that for at least things where I know enough to say that.
About the author, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll think about it because I would like to not be penalized by it, especially the ones like I've mentioned in comments in the past when this came up, like why I have such a bad percentage. But a couple years ago, I started doing NetGalley, and then COVID happened. And during COVID, I lost my internet. And then when I got my internet back, then my computer died, and then all this stuff. And I lost access to NetGalley for several months straight. And everything that I'd had archived. And then when I got my new computer, it was a Chromebook instead of a Windows-based computer. And at the time, the format that you could get from NetGalley for all those ebooks did not open on a Chromebook. There was no program for opening them on a Chromebook because you'd have to use Adobe software, and it's a proprietary conflict. And I actually found several sites that had answered this question, and that no, you actually could not use NetGalley with a Chromebook at the time. So I gave up and accepted the loss of literally every ARC that I'd been approved for. And when I started out again, I had like a 6% maybe after I'd reviewed a couple Read It Nows. It was terrible. So that's what I'm working against.
Good luck.
Yes.
Both look really similar, Ducky, but I've had a search and haven't found it yet. And there is the list challenges, which I am so excited to test out.
Much fun.
Kiana is out. Yes, I'm out. Bye. That impersonation was great. What impersonation? I'm curious. I wonder what impersonation that was. Was it my fetus? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Yes, History in Europe Day. Oh,
Okay.
I'm not in Europe anymore, so I don't care. That's horrible. I'm sure so many people lost their lives that really shouldn't have had to, because war sucks and I hate war and I wish it didn't exist.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying not to watch the news.
Yep.
For that reason.
I put my blinders on and read my fiction.
I have like a mental bingo card of things that I expected might happen.
Yeah.
And this year, none of the stuff that's happening was on my bingo card. It's
Well,
just,
like for us, I
oh,
think we're really
God.
lucky. We avoided the crazy. We actually, our
Yeah,
vote
you
was like,
guys did well.
and the country voted in a way that's safe for everybody.
Mhm.
And I'm very, very happy about that. But yeah, it was very like, come on, don't give us another thing. Don't give us another thing.
Could you imagine the planet
to know
if
that there's
every
still
country
some
went the way we did?
third world.
I don't know what would happen then, but I don't think I'd like it.
Nope. And I think, it's just good to know that some people in the world still have their heads screwed on right. And I'm in one of those countries.
Yes, you're lucky.
There is another one we like.
Yeah, I'm in a good state. Like, our state government is really good.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much they can stand up to the federal government.
Yeah.
So we're getting a really good test of exactly how our government works and what checks and balances actually work when they're put to the test. But we are literally testing all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of your federal things are becoming state things. And I think it's just because people in federal just don't want to deal with it anymore. So
well, a lot of those issues
deal with it.
A lot of the stuff the federal government's been doing, that everyone's just gotten used to it being federal government. By the Constitution, a lot of those things, like all the social policy and health policy, is a state's issue.
Yeah.
It wasn't listed in the Constitution as a federal issue, so it's reserved for the states. And initially, the federal government got involved in those issues by offering incentives for going along with the federal programs. But constitutionally, those are states' issues. So, like abortion is a state's issue, not federal, unless they make an amendment, which is a long and drawn-out process.
I really find
they're brave enough to try that yet.
Yeah, I really find the concept of the Constitution really interesting because it's not something that we do here.
Yeah.
We don't like amend a million-year-old
200 year old. Yeah, 200
200-year-old document.
Even Britain doesn't have a constitution. They have the Magna Carta, but then most of their body of law is like bits and pieces they've stuck together. It's not a fully formed constitution that was like that out of the start of the country. So just the way the United States started, it is a very different sort of thing. There are other countries that have based theirs off of what the US did. So like the book I was just listening to today is about the Philippines, more or less. And the author mentions that the Philippines has a constitution that's modeled off of ours. So I'm sure that there are other countries that did that as well that are more recently formed countries.
But yeah, I find it really interesting.
Yeah.
Politics in different countries is what they think is important, and what different bodies decide is very interesting.
Yeah.
Or if the movie is anything to go by, Mickey 7 by Edward Ashton should have some reference to climate change. Okay. There's some reference to it in Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir, but it's not the main theme. Don't think I've read too much climate fiction. It's so interesting that that's even a genre. Like, ooh, climate fiction.
Yeah.
I watch way more TV with climate change as a theme rather than books. I think I'm the same. I'm a huge, and most of the time I see it as the aftermath of, because I read a lot of and watch a lot of like dystopian world collapsing, because I just love watching the world collapse apparently, and like see how humans can survive and things like that. And I think I definitely watch a lot more.
Yeah. And J.G. Ballard is a more classic author that has several books that are like after the climate has totally gone horrible. The Drowned World is one where everything floods, obviously. And then there's one where everything just gets really hot. And that one's set, I think, in California, or it's not really specific about where it is, but you can kind of figure out by some of the references. I think they're in California for that one. The Drowned World has this classic scene that every time an author drowns the planet, we have to have a scene of Big Ben just sticking up out of the flood. And so that one, he does that. And there was one this year, and I'm still trying to remember what it was. I will have to do a video about climate fiction. Now it's midsummer, but there's one I read recently that has that scene, Big Ben sticking up out of the flood. So it's just a thing. Anytime you read a drowned planet story set in the US, they're almost always climate fiction. Some of them get the science really wrong.
And you always see like the Statue of Liberty sticking out of the water.
Yes, Statue of Liberty and Big Ben. And everything else, like, I don't know where all the water even comes from, because that's a lot of water. But yeah, or Flood by an author I've blanked. There's a sci-fi called Flood, in which the planet is flooded. But there's this layer of water under the crust that we somehow didn't know about for all these years, that bubbles up from under the crust and drowns everything. Literally, there's nothing left.
Oh my gosh, I want to read that book.
And that's the kind of stuff
that makes you go like, oh, at least you're explaining where this water is coming from. It might not be factual, but this is a fiction book. And so you can kind of be like, oh yeah, like I haven't personally followed it, so it could be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a video, because that one, then there's other books that have done similar things, and so it could be fun. Yeah, and if you wanted to do a video with me on this, we could do it as like this, but without intending to do a sprint, and just talk through some different climate scenarios and books that have done it and that kind of stuff.
That's cool.
That could be fun.
That's a cool idea.
Anyway, let's get through comments, because theoretically we're in KuKi sprints.
Yep. I mean, if you know anything, all of the hosts of KuKi, or majority of them, we like to chat. It's the best finding things you used to watch and do as a kid. I finally remember the name of the maths game I used to love as a kid. It turns out newer version of the App Store. Is that Mathletics? Because I used to play Mathletics at school. Oh my gosh, I used to watch Banana Man. Yes. The Trump one about We Were There Too, etc.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know your co-host name. Jamie. This is Jamie.
Yeah.
If you haven't met Jamie, Jamie's awesome. Jamie.
I'm not one of the hosts. I'm one of the other people helping.
Yeah, special guests.
Because I'm nowhere near ready to actually host sprints on a schedule where I have to know how it all works and get it right to get the train to the next stop. I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
So maybe by November.
Like early November, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Jamie's impersonation of Trump. Oh, I don't know if that's something you want to be good at.
I have a political
careful
science
what I say
degree. I watch way too much of this stuff trying to keep track of it all. So, yeah.
I need to be careful of what I say though, because I'm coming to America in October and I don't want to be put on some list.
Oh, yeah.
So I like
they
you,
do
Trump.
check your phone. Like, not for everybody, but yeah. I don't know why they even would do that, but
I like you, Trump.
They're
You're
stopping.
Great. Find this message.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trump. Like the thank you, Beyonce. Thank you, Trump.
Yeah, because they're stopping people from Canada and Germany, and like they're not brown. They're not, any appearance that would make them people that group likes to pick on.
Yep.
I don't know what it is that makes them decide.
I wonder if it has something to do with the way that their government is heading.
But
Which
Germany,
makes me think Australia might be on a list.
Yeah, especially now. But Germany has extreme right-wing groups that are not exactly out of power. So there'd be no reason to think just because they're German that they're someone you want to keep out.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
We got very lucky on Saturday. Yes. We did. Very lucky. I feel like our American amendment.
Move out there. Like, how do I move to Australia?
Yeah, come. Yeah. We now have a government where we like people to come. Yes. So please come live here.
I have 3 degrees. I'm useful.
I feel like our American amendment would be like us having a referendum, which is pretty similar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's similar, but there's a multi-step process. There's a popular vote. There's a congressional approval. So it goes through, and it has to be a supermajority, not just a majority for the congressional vote. So like something like 75% have to vote for it. So not just 50%. I don't think it's 75%, but it's like that. And so it has to go through those steps and get signed off by, I think the president has to sign off on it too. So basically everybody has to sign off on it, and then it can still be challenged in the courts. And only once it's been challenged and left standing by the courts is it for sure in place.
Yeah. It's very similar to, I think, what happened in Australia with the yes vote. There was a lot of mixed propaganda going out from both parties, and it was just very confusing, and it was hard to understand what it was actually trying to do. And so that was a very, very confusing time. I think I wasn't even in Australia for that. I was in England when that was happening, but I still voted. I went and voted. But yeah, it was very like surreal to be like hear England talking about Australia on the radio, and they're flat out calling Australian racist. Like the English media took hold of, they voted no against their rights, and just fully took off with Australia, bunch of racists. Like, how could they do this? It was a very interesting time to be in England, because when people said that you were from Australia, you either got, oh, I love Australians, or, oh, you're from that racist country. It was very, very interesting.
Yep.
Very interesting. I loved mathletics. So did I. I liked like when you did enough maths things, you got to dress up your character and go like shopping with the points you earn from maths. It's so lame. I was so bad at maths though, so it was helpful for me. Maths game, The Legend of Zumbinis. I didn't know that. Interesting. Although I was pretty bad at it. Yeah, I was bad at mathletics too, so I never got to have the cool outfits because I could never get the questions right to get the points. Oh, be glad you weren't here, Kenny. It was a bloody shit show. Yep. I can imagine. And with that, we made it to the end of the comment. An hour and 15 minutes in.
And there's only 2 of us. Oh my goodness.
And here I was thinking like, oh, nobody's going to be in the comments. I'll be able to go to a sprint in like 5 minutes. No, everyone was here. And we're just really chatting today. Yeah. So I'm going to get the timer up. I think I have it going.
So how long are you on today?
I'm till 10 p.m. my time. So it's only like 6:15.
Okay, so yeah, several hours. I probably won't be here for more than like the next chatty bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
I work at the bookstore tomorrow, and it's our first day of the bag of books sale. So
yay! Have you got?
I have my bags ready.
I love that you pre-selected your bags. I love it.
Yes, and I'll be getting there an hour before I have to start actually working. So I have an hour to shop.
Yep.
And then I'll start working, and by then I'll have my 2 or 3 bags of books already in the car. So
we love that. Oh, now you're going to see, we were discussing Nicole's thing earlier, the weird stuff she had on. And now you will see the weird stuff that I have on.
It's not that weird. I recognize some things on there.
I listen to a lot of ambience. So as you can see, this is all ambient stuff.
Yeah.
Apart from Leandra, I don't know what that sock thing is.
Okay.
Knitting chat. I don't think I've ever watched a knitting video in my life. I don't know where that's
Nicole might. And so you're friends with Nicole and seeing a lot of content.
I've got Leandra. Nicole.
Yeah.
Kind of right. I love her crime stuff. It's very interesting. And then all of this, these are my favorite, like the lo-fi cats. This is what I put on to sleep. So it's like this cute little picture on my TV. And then I go to sleep to lo-fi cats.
Nice. I go to sleep to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, usually.
Nice.
Read by Stephen Fry.
Stephen Fry.
Yes. And I can recite it with him for the first couple paragraphs now, exactly as he reads it, because I've listened to it so many times.
I love that. Alrighty, so we're going to go for an hour 30. I'll just finish his last 2 comments. I need to not fall asleep until 10 or 11. Well, stick around here and I'm finishing at 10, so you can fall asleep then. I'm a talker and a half. So am I. It must be, because we live quite close to each other, it must be in our water somewhere. Trying not to dox the both of us at the same time.
Yeah.
I have one rain on windows video that's amazing to go to sleep to. Yeah. Anything. If it's like a fantasy scape, yeah, I just get really into listening. I can't sleep with quiet. I've tried. And I wasn't like that. I used to be able to sleep with quiet because we don't really have anything around us where I live, anything super close. So it's always quite quiet, except for the planes that constantly fly over because I live near an airport.
Our neighborhood gunshots. So if I don't have something I'm listening to in my room, I start hearing all of the little noises from outside. And if there's gunshots from the other side of town, it's quiet enough that I might actually be able to hear them. And like,
that's wild. So wild.
I just need to focus on. It's just, I know what it is, and it's loud enough to not hear the other stuff as much. So,
yeah. And it all changed when I moved to England, and I lived next to a railway track, and so you'd hear like the trains going, and there's always stuff on the road when you're in London. There's always cars on the road. There's always ambulances. There's always something going on. And so, I got used to being able to sleep with sound.
Yeah.
So that really became
it's just weird at that point. Yeah.
I automatically know where you are. I used to live there myself. Nice. It's crazy that we did not know each other. That's wild. Although I did move out of here for a while, but yes, interesting. I think you're coming to the meetup, so we can chat. That's cool. All right, so let's go for an hour 30, and I will see you all then. Welcome back. As you can see, I started eating my dinner because it was ready on this fridge. So that was annoying. But I have like noodles and broccoli left, so I managed to get that down pretty quickly. I'm a fast eater. I got to 55% in my book, and things are happening and things are coming out that you didn't think were happening. And now it's got me, I was a bit like, oh, you know, Hunger Games in space with spice.
Yeah.
And now it's becoming more than that, and that's good, because I don't want to think of it as like a copy of that, but in a different setting. More things are happening and it's making it more its own. And so I think, because I don't read many like books where they have like fighting or competitions between like whole people, I think that's immediately why I went Hunger Games in space, because Hunger Games is the one I lean to, with like trials and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like a round robin where everyone just fights against each other. So things are happening. You're learning things about people. And there was something in that book that made me cringe. It was disgusting. She was describing waking up. This is probably going to ruin my dinner and everyone else's dinner that's having dinner. But she described waking up and just feeling his excrements all over her body, as in like a certain kind. And I was just like, ooh, you could have not written that. I didn't need to know that.
That's a kink that I don't share.
Yeah, I didn't need to know that. And then he mentions that to her about it was so nice to see you like that. And she responds with, ew. So, like, you know that it's gross. So why add it in the book? It's, anyway, but there were things that are making me go, ooh, some things I didn't see coming. So I like, there's this little bit of they've described a bit of magic that involves like paper and something being on paper, and it says burn this, and she throws it into the fire, and then this vision appears of somebody who's telling her something. And I thought, that's really cool. That's a magic thing that I haven't really seen too much of. So yeah, just using like writing in paper and then having that paper spell or something thrown into the fire and it creates something. And I was like, that is really cool. I really like that. So yeah, I'm 55% in and it's going pretty well.
Cool.
Yeah. How did you go?
I got a load of laundry folded and got to, I think, 37% in my arc. There's been another body.
Oh, we love another body.
Yep. And I think it's definitely leaning thriller, but we're too much in the head of the bad guy for there to be any real mystery. So it really is more, can they get away with it kind of thriller. So we're kind of bouncing between two points of view. One's the definite bad guy, and then everybody around them. And yeah.
That's
so
cool.
I've read other thriller genre books that are this kind of thriller. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. Definitely a bit dark, but it's not one where there's a lot of blood and guts on screen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've read ones where they get really into the slasher vibe. This one is not that.
Love a good slasher.
I'm not really into all the body parts and blood everywhere and all the details. I can do the bodies afterwards. So like the series that Bones was inspired by, the Kathy Reichs books. There's a lot about bodies and maggots and stuff in those, and I'm cool with that.
It's just the actual slashing of the body.
I get bored.
Okay.
It's like fight scenes in fantasy novels. I don't care. And I don't care what kind of kick the person did to the other person. I don't care if they, flew in order to, like, I don't care. It's one of the things I don't like about, like, the Sanderson books. Like, Sanderson likes to write fight scenes,
Mm-hmm.
and I get really bored reading them.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the slasher stuff is the same way. I don't need all that detail. I can imagine it even better than they can write it. So, yeah, let's move on to plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's good so far. I was a little annoyed at first because the psychology of the main character in the first scene of the book felt like it was a bit overdone.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I see why they did it that way. I still think it was a little much.
Yep.
But now that we know what kind of thriller it is, it kind of works.
I always find it really refreshing to read a horror book from the killer's perspective rather than the,
Yeah.
the person that's being killed. It's just like I find it refreshing because you always see it from the point of view of the person that's being preyed upon.
Right.
You hardly ever see the person that's doing it. And I think a lot more books are coming out like written that way now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's exciting.
Have you ever read John Fowles?
I haven't, no.
He has a book, The Collector.
Okay.
That's
I like that title already.
Yeah, and it is from the bad guy's perspective.
Oh, okay.
So it's not very long. Some of his books get a bit lengthy, but that one's actually pretty good.
Oh, it's only like 288 pages.
Yeah.
No.
But that one's definitely from the bad guy perspective.
I like it. Let's see what everybody else got up to. Sorry, that was it. It wasn't weird at all. That's totally fine. It's my kind of weird. I love a good stalker. I really don't. Please don't stalk me, internet. I can't wait to see everyone there. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so chaotic, but so fun. Good morning to me. Oh, hi, welcome. Hope you had a lovely rest because I did see you over on DD's earlier when I eventually went to sleep. I was like, no, I'm going to keep going, see how far I can go. I got like halfway into that sprint and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm like done. I can't do anymore. I went outside to the kitchen and there were Tim Tams on the counter. So I had a little before dinner snack.
Well, what are Tim Tams?
I will be right back and I will show you. I'm going to go get one.
Okay.
Where's my... Do this. Oh! Jamie will sing to you all.
Oh, no. I need my kittens.
That was beautiful singing, Jamie. I love it.
Yeah.
This is a Tim Tam. It's like a chocolate coated biscuit.
Okay.
And then on the inside, it's like biscuit with like a little moussey chocolate kind of layer on the inside. And then some more chocolate biscuit. And then the whole thing's like covered in biscuit.
Cool. So it's like
I will have that
multiple varieties of chocolate all together.
Yeah. So it's like a chocolate moussey cream, I guess you could say. Squished between two chocolate biscuits and then coated in chocolate. And it has nothing on the penguin in the UK because I went to the UK and I tried one and I was like, what is this rip-off Tim Tam? When in fact, I think the penguin was made first. So Australia obviously improved on the recipe.
So would a penguin then have like light
Penguin,
colored
they
skin?
look exactly same, and they're
Okay.
made, and the layers are exactly the same. It's just I find the Tim Tams are a lot more creamier and they melt in your mouth,
Nice.
where the penguin doesn't. The penguin reminds me of like off-brand Tim Tams that you buy in Australia. So they're
Okay.
technically the same, they're just not as good.
Okay.
Yeah, penguin. One of those are hot minute. Yeah, not as good as a Tim Tam. You can get your hands on Tim Tams in the UK,
Mm.
but they are extortionate and very expensive. You can get them in like the American candy stores.
Yeah.
And they have like a wall and they have all the different flavors, but definitely
But
they're like,
like this is the cookies that I have that you're
ooh,
yeah,
yum.
but they're just the minty chocolate cookie or biscuit in the middle and just dipped in minty chocolate. So there's not a layer in the middle.
In October, and hopefully there's
Mhm.
somewhere in California that sells them.
Well, and if you look for grasshoppers,
Mhm.
the Keebler does a grasshopper cookie that's this, but this is the generic version.
Right.
And it's mimicking the grasshopper cookies.
Okay.
So those ones have a bit rounder flavor and the chocolate's a bit higher quality.
Mhm.
So.
That's so exciting. Tim Tams. Yes, I did have one earlier. We now have gluten-free Tim Tams, and they're the best thing ever. I didn't even know they did a gluten-free Tim Tam. I don't even know if we do gluten-free Tim Tams over here. I'm gonna have to look at the packet.
I wonder if
Also,
it's like rice flour or something.
yeah. Also, I noticed that the potato chips that I have been slowly getting my way through, because I'm finding it's helping to like soak up all of the yucky inside of me. It's just crumpling it up. And I think it's because it's so salty.
Yeah.
I think it's like so.
Well, and it gives you something for all the mucousy stuff to attach to, and then you swallow it, so it's
Exactly.
not stuck in your throat. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what I need right now, because that's kind of the stage that I'm in with my sickness. Sorry if you're eating dinner. Also not sorry, because I have to deal with it.
Yeah. You're just spreading the love. Yeah.
Whoops, because I went to leave, and so I went to stop my camera, and then I accidentally hit the stop screen, and so the timer disappeared for a minute, but I brought it back. Ria says I might jump off and enjoy the rest of my evening. Happy sprinting, everyone else. Ooh. And now I want corn on the cob. Well, I hope you have a good sleep, Ria. You are probably gone and off sleeping, and I hope you have a good night. There's not much left, but I can save it for you if you want. 45 pages and played fetch with my cat. Yay, that's so exciting. I miss having pets. That is like on the top of my to-do list when I am back in a place of my own. That is definitely on the top of my to-do list. I love my fur babies.
Yes.
You can always have corn on the cob with the pizza party tomorrow. Why not?
Yeah.
And I had a light dinner. Ooh, what did you have? I like knowing what everyone had. I literally had salmon, corn on the cob, some broccoli, and like 2-minute noodles. And then I just took the noodles out and threw them on the plate.
Yeah.
It was like a bit of what's left out of what's in the kitchen kind of dinner. It was like a throw together.
Useful. Yeah. Keeps the leftovers from piling up to where you forget when you need them.
Exactly. It's like, oh, I used half of that broccoli the other day. I should probably use the rest of it.
Yeah.
It's one of those kind of dinners. Good morning, Annette. Hope you're well. What are you reading? What are you doing? Ew, did that really add to the story? No, it did not. At all. Zero, except, nothing. They could have left it out and it would have been a really nice sight, because she was talking about waking up and she was wrapped in her clothes and he was like caveman style naked beside the fire, roasting a bunny. And I was like, that might be a nice sight to wake up to. And then you ruin their vision by talking about the gross things. Why? Why would you do that? Ugh. Oh, yeah. Ew. That's right. Ugh. Gross. I'm going to start getting ready for bed. Hope you all have a good night. Night, Ducky. I hope you have a good sleep. So it's 8 p.m. You're an early sleeper. I definitely could not sleep. I like post-midnight sleep because if I go to bed before midnight, I'll wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I'm like, what do I do?
I'm definitely doing post-midnight this time.
I can't be too loud. It's like I live with my grandparents. I don't want to wake them up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely post-midnight sleeper.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie would be like, and then they fought an epic battle, and that's it.
Yes, exactly.
You almost need like a heading for the start of the battle and then a page number for the end of the battle, so you can just flip through the battle.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what I read, but I read a fantasy author that did that. That they did a little section separator where the action scene starts, and then where there's actually something plot related that gets back into the rest of the book. So you could just skip that.
They could do like the war section and then have like a 1-page summary of the important plots that you needed to know that.
Well, it's kind of like with the romance scenes in J.D. Robb books. Like, there's not really a section break, but she can't seem to write a book without going into romance style writing when she gets to the sexy bits.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell when the writing starts to feel like you're in a Nora Roberts book instead of a J.D. Robb book. Yeah, you know that they're gonna lose all their clothes and do the sexy bits, and it reads like the Nora Roberts sexy bits.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I wonder if she just cut and paste that section from like if she has just a set of files on her computer that's just all the sex scenes.
Yeah, she just cuts and pastes.
Yeah, because it feels like that. The rest of it's supposed to be kind of a sci-fi-esque murder mystery series, and there's aliens sometimes and robots, and I like the robot killer Santas. I think they were actually alien robot killer Santas. Anyway, that was where you can figure out, like, yeah.
Sounds like a wild Doctor Who episode.
Yeah, well, it's weird because they don't seem like they should be sci-fi until you get to books and series that are like that. Like, oh, wait a minute. But the rest of the time, it's really, hooking up characters that should never have hooked up and other drama that doesn't really belong in a murder mystery series.
Makes me want to read it. I love that. I love
and you like romance a lot more than I do. So I think it might not bug you the way it does me.
I don't mind romantasy. That's probably where the most of my romance does come in. I mean, I do have a few romance books, and every romance book that I have read, wow, it is only like 8:30 and I'm already like this. Not even that. It's 10 past 8. Okay. Every romance book that I have read, I have liked, but they're never highly rated. So they're like usually like the 3 or a 4-star. But I do enjoy it, and I just don't read it enough. My best friend, on the other hand, she's like a romance reader. You give her a fantasy or something, she's like, no.
Yeah.
Not happening. Even like weird like romance. We had one weekend where both of us just read Unhinged by Vera Valentine.
Which I've heard plenty about from Nicole and Coda.
Yep. And we were hanging out, just laying down on the couch reading it. And we will just like start giggling. And they're like, oh, what video up to? What video up to? And that was fun. That was a really fun time. I need to go back and listen to it with the audio because apparently the audio for it is amazing. There's like squeaky door noises and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that book is a wild time, and it has so much in it. Like the content, it's only like a short, like little novella, but I don't know how she managed to fit so much content into one book. It has everything you could possibly think of. There's like a crime, there's a mystery, there's like shifter romance, there's gods.
Wow.
It's got everything in such a small book. It's so good. Read it.
That is impressive.
Jamie be like, and then they fought an epic battle, and that's it. I read that one.
Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes you forget. Your mind just goes,
Yeah.
take care, Ducky. Morning to Annette. Tim Tams are chocolate-covered chocolate cookies. Yeah.
But with that stuff in the middle, which are
yeah,
still
it's like a moussey cream. I wouldn't say it's a cream, and I wouldn't say it's a mousse. It's like a moussey cream.
Okay.
It's very interesting. They have like 2 cookies, some cream in the middle and covered. Yeah. And they have like, you can get different flavors. So like you might get a salted caramel Tim Tam, and the mousse on the inside is usually where they add the salted caramel flavor. So the chocolate around the outside is always different, but what you get on the inside of the cookie is what changes. So they have like mint ones. They also even have white chocolate ones, which in that case, the chocolate around the outside is also white.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really interesting and it's delicious and very creamy. If you like a creamy chocolate. Yeah.
I like actual creamy. We have Oreos. Have you had Oreos before?
I have had Oreos before. I haven't had American Oreos, but I've had Australian ones because they're
the cream
different.
in our Oreos is like the mouthfeel is more like a shortening based cream.
Okay.
And I do not like it. It for me, it's like there's a coating left on my tongue when I'm done eating it, and that is not cool.
Yeah. No, this is very much like creamy.
Yeah.
Like melt in your mouth kind of creamy.
See, I like that.
Yeah.
I just don't like stuff where it feels like it leaves behind a residue. Like, if it's doing that in my mouth, I don't want to think about what it's doing when I digest the rest of it.
That's how I felt about the penguins. I felt that way. Like there was something left in my, it just wasn't as creamy. It wasn't, I don't know. Yeah. I felt cheap and a ripoff. I know I'll offend all of the UK by saying that, but I don't care because I'm right. How dare you? See, told you it's going to happen. I don't think I've ever given a romance a 5-star. That's interesting.
Yeah, I haven't either, but yeah.
I probably have. When I started reading again after, because high school burnt me out and I didn't want to read anything. I was such a huge reader when I was like in primary school. I'd always do the readathons and I'd always read the most amount of books. Like I loved books. And then high school kind of turned me off it because I felt like everything I was reading, I was like over-analyzing it. Okay. And so one of my favorite books growing up was The Great Gatsby. And then we did it for English class and we had to analyze it and I've hated it ever since. I'm like, thank you for ruining good books, English. Like having to overanalyze things and write essays about it. It lost the love of reading for me. So it took me a while to get back. I probably started reading again, probably the same as everyone, kind of when COVID hit. And all we had to do was read because we couldn't go outside. We couldn't do anything. Yeah. So, but I did read a few more romances then. But I've always been a fantasy lover my entire life.
Yes. I was fantasy and sci-fi. I grew up on fantasy and sci-fi and some literary fiction, but I didn't think of it in those terms. It was just books that weren't genre. But like the way we talked about genres back then, we didn't have to define everything into genres as much as people seem to. Yeah. So there was no need to say literary fiction versus general fiction. It's just stuff that's not genre fiction. Yeah. But I've always been a huge reader. And we had a program called Book It, where we got pizzas for every however many books that we finished and list them and turn in the slips to school. And then, once you finished like 40 books or something, that for the rest of the school is like they might finish it in a year. Every couple months, we went out for pizza parties, all 4 of us kids, because we all finished our Book It slips every few months.
That's amazing. Oh, I'm just thinking, I wish I could trade books for pizza. What currency? We need to come up with a new society where you trade in book reviews for pizza.
Yes.
I like this world. I like this world. In my head, it's brilliant.
And a lot of people in my generation in the US grew up with this. So we all think very fondly of the personal pan pizzas that you got, like, 'cause they're like 6-inch across little pizzas that, each kid got that as their thing that they redeemed their slips for every
I
time.
remember them in high school, in primary school too. They were like
Mhm.
this big. And
Little personal pan pizzas.
they were like Hawaiian pizzas. So I think there was like a Hawaiian and like a meat lovers. They only had like 2 options, or like a chicken option. But the ham and pineapple little pizza. Oh, I can picture it. I can taste it.
Yeah.
And they were good pizzas.
Oh yeah. But I've never been into romance. There was one summer where, for bizarre reasons, like my family story would fit into a modern day Dickens novel, but like for reasons, I was stuck in a space where all I had to read for like a summer, for like several weekends in a row all summer, were romance novels. And whatever I brought with me, and I never brought enough books, so I always had to go back to reading the romance novels. So you know how many books I tend to read.
Yeah.
So I was reading at that pace already and had all these romance novels. They don't take very long to read anyway. I probably have read as many romance novels as a lot of people on BookTube that say that they are romance readers, even though all I did was read for that one summer. I read so many, like probably about 100, 150 romance novels in one summer.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm done with it. The older I get, the more I'm like, I'm an asexual as far as I'm concerned. Maybe slightly not asexual, but more asexual than not.
Yeah.
So that was as much as I ever need to read of that genre.
Interesting.
But I will say that Friend Michaels has one fun series that's about the Dutch East India Tea Company and lady pirates.
Ooh, I love a good lady pirate.
So the plot in that series made up for the sexy bits for me. Like, it was actually fun. I actually read the whole series. That was good.
That's awesome. I read a book. It was actually a book duo. It was called Witches Steeped in Gold. And then there was the second book, which was like Empress Crowned in Red or something like that. Empress Dressed in Red. And that had a lady pirate in it. She wasn't a main character, but she was like a character. And I love me a lady pirate. Lady pirates are cool.
Well, check out Fern Michaels, the series dealing with the Dutch East India Tea Company.
Nice.
And I don't remember any of the titles, but they've got usually the dude and he's lost his shirt or it's coming off, and he's got
Dude who's lost his shirt.
Yeah, and they're on a pirate ship, or they're on a ship. So yeah. They're fairly easy to recognize. She's been doing a lot more not on boats. My section of the bookstore is the M's. So I get to shelve all of her books. So I know most of them don't have dudes on ships on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's a book on my TBR. I'll see if I can bring it up. Where's my Kindle app? There. And I think it has Lady Pirates, because from the cover, it looks like it's got Lady Pirates.
Okay.
Where is it? Where is the Lady Pirates book? Library. Lady Pirates, where are you? Here. I found the Lady Pirates. It's this one. Called
Yes.
Storm Stardust by Megan Kay, and that definitely to me looks like a lady pirate.
They're far more dressed than the ones in the
I mean, maybe that will change. I honestly didn't even read what this book is about. I saw the word Stardust, which is one of my words, anything to do with stars. I'm like, oh. And then I looked at the cover and it had Lady Pirates, and I was like, okay. I'm going to see if it's even about that. From Stardust by Megan Kay. My grandparents are in the kitchen. I can hear
my cats. Yeah.
From Stardust is ideal for readers who enjoy high-stakes fantasy adventures, blending reluctant heroines, slow burn romance, and swashbuckling quests with a touch of mythic danger. Yeah, I think I was right. I think I'm really gonna like this book. Lillian is a dedicated lady's maid and is quite content in her position, but when the family she works for sets sail across the sea and the ship they are on sinks, she's suddenly thrown into an adventure worthy of one of her novels. Found unconscious and drifting alone, Lillian is mistaken as a noblewoman and kidnapped by a misfit band of pirates, where she must keep up the ruse to ensure her safety. Okay, that sounds cool. I'm excited. Yeah. That does sound very Lady Pirate. And that one's on KU. So it's called From Stardust. I'll pop it in the comments in case anyone wants it. My MEAGAN. I always Megan and Megan. You don't know which ways it's spelled. It's got an extra A.
Well, then you meet someone that you think that you figured out how to pronounce it, and then they do it the other way anyway.
Yeah. That's like Kiana. Like Sexy Lady and Kiani. They're very similar names, spelled completely differently. Me wondering if Unhinged is on Libby. I don't think so. I don't think it's that expensive on Audible, though. Let me have a quick look. I mean, I have credit sitting here, so I could purchase it with a credit, but I'm probably not going to do that.
Yeah, save your credit in case you need it.
It's only a small book, so
yeah. So, are you doing any readathons next month?
I haven't decided yet. I know that I think Jess and Nicole have been asked to do one, so I'm going to have a look and see what that's about. I'm still undecided about Tar. I can't decide if I want to put myself through it.
Well, they do have an option for the low stress version where you're not, like, you're still participating, but you're not going for winning with points. So there's actually like a team you join if that's more your style.
Okay.
So there is an option for that now for Tar.
I might have a look at that. I haven't honestly had a look at anything at all.
Yeah, watch the announcement video and see what you think of it, because they are trying to make it so it's not just a high stress thing.
Environment. Yeah.
Because a lot of people got burned out with the high stress version. I'm all for it. And I'm like, I've already
You
got
read
my
so much
stack.
anyways.
Well, and I've been saving long books for, ever since the end of last year's, so that I have enough, and my stack is ready to go for at least the prompts we know of. So yeah, I'm ready to go. Partly I had to figure out what I needed because there's two of them that I don't really like what I had available.
Yeah.
So with the bag of books sale tomorrow, I'm going to be watching for things that work better for those two prompts.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
have to have a look at a bunch of readathons next month and see if I want to do one. I'm just kind of all focused on KuKi right now.
Yeah.
It's all I can think about. It's all I have
Mhm.
capacity for.
Yeah.
But still
Well,
not sure.
being a host, you get a lot more stuff you have to do in the readathon. All I have to do is read books and submit them. So,
Mhm.
like when I've been on BookTube a bit longer, I have a feeling that's going to change a bit because right now I still really honestly don't know enough about how to run sprints to feel comfortable being a host that runs sprints. And for a lot of readathons, that's part of being a co-host. But there are some where you can be a team leader without doing that. I'd still need to figure out how to do graphics that match the readathon for my videos because mine are not edited so far. So I need to learn some editing software that works on my computer to be able to do that. But I have a feeling eventually I'm going to learn enough of that to be helping with readathons.
Yeah. I must say sprints are super easy. I just use StreamYard and it's kind of really all set up for me. And I just need to know when to play things. And I mean, I'm still learning as I'm going because I feel like sprinting is easier for me than posting a video. And so I'm trying to slowly lean into posting a video and how I will go about it. Because the thing is, when it's live, once I've said something, the way I look, no matter anything like that, it's live. And so I can't change it. But then if it's a video and I'm like, oh, I didn't like how I said that, or I'd be there forever trying to edit a video instead
That's
of
part of
just
why I gave up learning how to
editing.
edit. 'Cause, like, I can't afford the software that's better for a Chromebook. And the software I have available that's free, either I haven't done it enough to know what I'm looking at, or like I don't have anyone local that I can just hang out with them while they do it and watch over their shoulder or something. And
Do you know who to
short
go
of
to?
that,
Coda. Coda can teach you anything.
yeah, eventually maybe I can get him to come over to my side of the mountain and show me some stuff. Like maybe we
Entice him
can,
with food and wine, and he'll be there.
yeah. But like that's how I learn stuff. And I've been trying to learn just by watching videos and poking at it, and I'm not getting it. And I've had friends that did like digital editing and stuff. So I thought, oh, I should be able to figure out the software. No, that is not true. Partly they were on an Apple computer and it's a lot more graphics friendly than a Chromebook. A lot of sites for advice on how to do stuff like that on a Chromebook say just get a different computer that's not a Chromebook. That's not an option. So I'm sure there's ways to do it. I need to be a lot more tech savvy than I am with the software that I can get. So in the meantime, I don't agonize over how I've said things in a video as long as everything was correct and as long as it's at least passable. I'm going to be making another one in a week anyway, so it's good enough. The point is the information. And as long as I don't look like I'm drooling and half dead, I'm probably okay.
I love that. Drooling and half dead. Setting the standards very high there.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm autistic. And something that other autistic viewers comment on in the autism on YouTube world is that the disjointedness bugs them. And I hadn't
Yep.
really thought about it so much, but yeah, that does catch for me as well. So if I can't edit smoothly enough, it's gonna bug me more than just not editing.
Yeah. I like that. I wish I could not edit things. That's why I do live things.
Yeah.
Then I have no choice.
But
I'm
we
also
could
very
do like
indecisive.
dialogues things. Like if we did videos
yeah.
where there's a dialogue between two people, it's like doing
Yeah.
live. It's just it's made to be a video.
Yeah, that's smart. My daughter got points to redeem for different goodies for reading when she was in secondary high school. I just can't get my mind off pizza, honestly. And that's the
That's
book
nice.
link.
Yep.
So I think, are you all going to head to bed? Is that right?
Yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning. So
Go to bed. Yes.
I will be at work at noon. It's
Yep.
probably bedtime. And I've got 2 or 3 bags of books waiting for me to pick them out when I get to work.
Mhm.
So
Nice. I need to do a little bit of math.
Mhm.
8:30, 9:30 is an hour. Trying to think, maybe a 70-minute sprint might be okay, and then we can quickly close out. I think we'll do that. I think we'll do like 70 minutes. So what's that? 10 past. Yeah, I think that's good. That gives a little 20, like a 20-minute buffer.
Yeah. And there's
that
usually
always-
people that are coming on around this time. So
Yeah. Morning, Donna. Hope you're well.
Speaking of, yes.
Morning. I am still obsessed with that cup. I need to go and find that cup. I need it. I love Scream. Scream is one of my all-time favorite like slasher movies. It's like a comfort movie, which is weird to say a slasher is a comfort movie.
I read murder mysteries as my popcorn
comfort
reads.
read.
Yeah.
So I love a good slasher. But I hope you're well. What are you reading? What are you getting done today? It is morning, so you might have actual work to do. I actually can't find Unhinged on Audible. Yes, I can. I can. It is $9. I don't know that I'd buy it for $9. Maybe it will come up in so starting tomorrow, or it might start the next day. There's a Stuff Your Earbuds Day hosted by Romance Ear Reads something. But it's not just romance books. It's going to do it's like just everything, and it's kind of like a Stuff Your Kindle Day, but they have all the different like Audible platforms, except I don't think Audible is on there.
Right.
But whether you've got like Apple or Spotify or those kind of things, I think Kobo was on there. Do they have does Kobo have like a digital audio? There was some that I didn't recognize, but anyway, a bunch of those books are going to be free. So I'm definitely going to do that, because that way I can always consume more books. And if they're free, why not?
Yeah.
I don't use my Apple books anyway, so might be useful to use it for something. Finally, just stuff it full of free books.
Well, and then the next time we do one of these readathons, you can focus on all those, because you'll have collected enough to do a TBR just with those.
Exactly. It's totally a comfort watch. Okay, we're the right kind of people. We're with the right kind of people. I'm currently getting my kids ready and off to school. Then we'll be getting ready for my Onyx Storm sprints. That's awesome. I have not read Onyx Storm yet because I still haven't read Iron Flame. I have only read the first book, and in fact, I haven't read the first book. I've listened to it in graphic audio, but I want to physically read both of them before I pick up the third one. So that's in my maybe I will get to it in June. we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see whatever happens. I have a few books sitting there. I have Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, Somewhere Beyond the Sea, Icebreaker, and On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous, which was
They're very different books.
yeah, which Coda gave me that book as a birthday present with the
Mm-hmm.
Outlander. Oh, I also need to finish Outlander. But Coda, that was one of the books in with Outlander that Coda gave me, and he said it's his favorite book ever. And so I like that. I like when people send me their favorite book ever, because it's like, oh, now I'm reading something that is treasured so much to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like my best friend for a birthday, she gave me The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, and that was her favorite book she's ever read. And so, and that became mine for a very long time until I read When the Moon Hatched, which some people hate, some people love. I'm a lover. I'm obsessed with that book. And then it became my favorite book. So yeah.
Cool.
I also have so many other books. Usually the books stay in the library room, but when I think about reading them and putting them on a TBR, I bring them into like my bedroom where usually I read.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking around and there's book piles everywhere. There's Beautiful Darkness, Somewhere Beyond the Sea. I think that's Lightlop. There's The Poppy War.
Yeah.
The whole 3, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder in like a box set. Wicked.
So they are proliferating. Yeah.
Yeah. There's Wicked. There's Make the Season Bright, which I brought in here to read at Christmas, and I haven't touched it.
What I like about like doing readathons, like because every month the things I need for the readathon are different. It gives me an excuse to gather up all the books that have started to gather around where I sit to read. And
see if they can fit.
Any of them that I haven't actually started yet, I put them away. Any of them that I have started go in a specific stack of books that I've already started. And because partly they may or may not actually count for the readathon, then it depends on how far I've gone through them. So they all get stacked up in a specific spot so that I can actually start finishing them. And then everything else gets put away and I make the new TBR stack and kind of start over. So it's a refresh every month when I start doing the TBR for the next month.
Yeah, I think mine's just turned into a TBR like clump, which is like books from every month just hanging out.
Yeah. Well, this is a window to this side, and the ledge is big enough that it actually fits hardback books.
Oh, nice.
So this is the wall for my actual TBR for this month. So anything that's actually physical is over here. But then, of course, I'm doing Escape the Readathon this month. And that's like Tar, it has prompts that drop that you don't know what they are. So around the part you can't see around my computer are all the other little stacks of books for the prompts that have dropped that I gather up 3 or 4 books for that. And then I need to go through those and put away the ones I didn't use because those prompts are done now.
Yeah.
So that may be what I do when I bring my bags of books home tomorrow so that I have space to set those up because I have to do probably 2 haul videos, one for tomorrow and one for Saturday. And for that, I have to have somewhere to put the books.
I love a good haul video, except it makes my non-physical TBR very long.
And I know for sure there's going to be some good ones that I already know that they're good, even though I haven't read them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there may be some lengthening TBRs among people that watch my videos after this week. Oops. Yeah. Yes. So anyway, but yeah, I should get to bed. You have a sprint theoretically that's about to start.
Yeah, it's gonna get. We'll probably do an hour. I think.
Yeah.
Just
give yourself enough time, just because people are going to start joining, and like I'll bet Dee is awake by now, and other people.
I'll give myself an hour, and then if there's no one in the chat, I will just ramble on about books.
Yeah.
But yes, all right.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
And then we have Morning Donna. I really like the little emoji. That was ridiculous. Emoji. And Donna is saying good morning. Okay, with that, I think we're going to go to an hour sprint. Oh, but it's only... Yeah, we'll do an hour just to be safe. Because I think we're heading to Chantel next, I think. Pretty sure Chantel is the next stop. Yeah. So we're heading to Chantel after. So I'm going to pop the timer up. I need to share the right screen. Need to start that one. Screen. And we want the timer. And here's the fun game of we get to see the stuff that is on on my YouTube. So we have Cozy Cat timer, Fireplace timer, the Winx Club iceberg. I've been watching a lot of iceberg conspiracy theories, and I think that's why that's there. Because I have not watched that. But I used to love the Winx Club, so maybe I'll go and watch that. We've got more scenic, Sunrise on the Reaping Destroyed Me. I haven't read that yet either. Then we've got a lot of like true crime stuff, weird JoJo Siwa stuff. My own sprints. That is weird. And yeah, a bunch of like, oh, this scenic one looks really nice. Cozy medieval castle balcony ambience, fireplace, and wind. Well, this one. I do a lot of cozy autumn ones because autumn is my happy place, and I would live forever in my happy place if I could. I definitely think that is my happy place. So I'm going to go ahead and restart this, but then I need to find an hour. Okay. I've got an hour up there. I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading. We are back. How did everyone's sprint go? I'm just going to turn off this banner. I am at 64% through Lunar Destiny, so I'm very excited. It's turned into something that I completely didn't expect. It's now adding in, like, without giving anything away, if anyone wants to read it, it's added. So these certain people have magic that comes from their birthright, and learning more about it. But there's also like something in place to suppress said magic. It kind of reminds me of, if you've read the Grisha series. What's the first one? Oh my gosh. I love those books. Why can I not? I can think of Siege and Storm. I cannot think of the first one. Shadow and Bone, of course. It reminds me of the Shadow and Bone amplifiers, but instead of adding the power and amplifying the power, it's suppressing it. So it's very interesting. I'm learning a lot. I'm loving it. At first I was like, oh, Hunger Games in space, but it's so much beyond that. It literally has some similar elements, like the parade and getting all spruced up for the parade before the tournament starts and everyone fighting, except instead of however many is in the Hunger Games, there's like 500 people all fighting each other. And so they're on the last trial. Well, actually, where I'm at, the last trial has just finished and the winner has been crowned. But it's interesting because not every round of the tournament is lethal. And so it's very interesting. I mean, this one in a way was, but it didn't have to be. So yeah, it's fun. I'm having a really good time, and I'm hoping to finish it. But I'm really glad I picked this up. I did a really good job picking a cover because I have only been picking books. Sorry, still a bit sick. Like a lot of my Kindle books are if I like the cover of them. And so I think I got this on a Stuff Your Kindle day, but I believe it is on KU as well. But I definitely think mine was just a Stuff Your Kindle. Let me double check that because it will come up in my thing. Oh my gosh, Lunar Destiny. Okay, so it doesn't say KU on mine, but I think we looked it up the other day, and I think you can get it on KU. I'm reading, and in case you haven't been here, I'm reading Lunar Destiny by Nikki Dahl. And I love it. And there's a second book. And I kind of see how they're setting up for a second book, and I'm really interested. It's piqued my interest. Yeah. So definitely enjoyed reading that one. So let's jump in the comments. We've got about 10 minutes before we head over to Chantel's channel. And I can't wait to hear what you guys got up to in that sprint. So I think we were... Did I have a starred comment? I don't know where I started the comment. Where did I start? Oh, there it is. It jumped and I could not see where I started said comment. So Molly Dot, hi everyone. I have some must do's today, but I want to ease myself into it with some spinner tasks. I love doing that. When I have a bunch of tasks to do, I just chuck it on a spinner wheel. I'm such an indecisive person, and so spinner wheels are my life. Like, that's how I've managed to do this. So I've picked a book that fits every prompt on the bingo board, and then I add all of the books, or the prompts, I should say, to a spinner wheel, and once I finish a book, I spin to see what the next prompt is. So therefore, what book I'll read. But I love a good spinner task when I have stuff to do. Hey friends, grabbing some coffee and going to settle into work. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hi, Jen. Oh, I tell you what, it is nearly 10 o'clock, and I could probably go for a coffee. I haven't had any today. I have my cup here because I had hot water and lemon in it before, but it's so pretty. I love this cup. But this is usually my coffee cup. So I have a cup for different things. I have a cup for like coffee, and this one can't go in the microwave because it has the gold on it. And I have another cup for like hot Milo because you need a cup that you can put in the microwave to heat the milk. And then I have another cup for tea, which my teacup is inspired by Daughter of the Moon Goddess, which is a book that I really loved. And so I have a bunch. It's funny. I have cups for different things. I do have seasonal swap outs as well. But yeah, I don't know why I got into talking about cups, but I have cups. Slides in. Hello. Hi, Dee Dee. Hope you're well. What are you reading? What are you doing? I can't decide what my next book should be. Ooh. Do you have any options for us to pick from? I was going to read Real by Kennedy Ryan, but I've changed my mind. I haven't read any Kennedy Ryan before. Hi, Saluna. Hi, Livia. I hope you are well. Morning, popping in before I have to leave for work. I have literally 20 pages left for the summer. Nice. Awesome. Also, Lexi, your dog is so cute. So cute. I love animals. Olivia's saying hi to everyone. Dee saying hi to Olivia. Hi, Lexi. Hi, Dee Dee. Sister. Hi, Faithful. Hi, Jen. And hi, Donna. I'm obsessed with this little person. That's my best interpretation of it, honestly. Hi, Dee Dee. Hi, Livia. 9% into Neon Gods, but I haven't read today as work calls. Nice. I've heard good things about Neon Gods. I haven't read it, but I've heard good things. Yeah, sometimes you have to do the work first. Hi, Molly and Jen. It's time. I think it's time for a mocha and a bicky. Yum. Need a little distraction, so I'm back for a bit. I'm glad you were here. Welcome back, Ria. Hi, Faithful Duo. What's your name? I'm actually not sure that I know this either. Probably good to know because I only met you in Dee Dee's sprints earlier this morning, and my brain was not working at full capacity because I was half asleep. Because it was 4 o'clock in the morning or something crazy like that. I have the first short story in Magisa. I'm sure I've read it before. I don't know what that is. Also, your profile picture is so cute. I love it. And hi, Faithful. Good evening, Kiani. I'm up patiently waiting on coffee, realizing this is why I'm never up this early. I get that. What, do you have a coffee machine that does it instantly, or do you have a drip coffee machine? So when I move out and I have all the money in the world, I really want to have both a drip coffee machine and an espresso coffee machine, and maybe then one of those pod ones just for fun, and just have a kitchen full of coffee machines. That's life, right? Hi, Ria. Goodbye, Faithful. There we go. I know, I'm learning things. Hi, Ria. Hi, Molly Dutton. Hi, Christina. I made coffee and I'm paying bills. Oh, that's not fun. Hopefully you can get to the fun part of the day. Have a busy work day, but hoping to try and read even a little bit. Yeah. Hopefully your work day goes smoothly and there's not too many bumps in the road. Hi, Olivia. Good morning, Faithful Duo, Donna, Jen, Dee Dee, Molly, and Olivia. Hi, Ria. So many hellos. Everyone's waking up. Are we hydrating? Yes, I am. Probably not as much as I should be because I had this with my dinner. Oh, there's a hair on that. Ew. One of the medicines I'm taking, which is why I kind of have been stepping back from YouTube for a while, is one of the medicines I'm taking is a chemotherapy medicine, and it is causing my hair to fall out in little like strands at a time. And yeah, very heartbroken about that. I feel very attached to my hair, but we're making it work. So yeah, I had this for dinner, and so I have been sipping that, which is probably not the best thing to do while I am not well, but I do have my big water here. There's probably about this much left in it, so I've drunk quite a bit, like half, so about 20 ounces of water, I'd say I've drunk on sprints, because I only filled it up just before. Please remember to show some love to the like buttons and ring the bells. We have beautiful conductors, hosts on this KuKi train. We do, and there has been no phantom bell this afternoon. I have not heard the phantom bell. KuKi Sprint Train playlist. So that's where to go if you're not on the train already. Jump on in and it will take you on the train. Hi, Christina. Chantel is the next stop on the KuKi MAYhem train, arriving at 8 a.m. EST or 10 p.m. AEST. I washed dishes, made some food, sipping on a white chocolate mocha. Ah, that sounds amazing. Did you make that yourself? I need the recipe. Oh my goodness, I need that recipe. That sounds so good. I do love me some white chocolate. Morning, Lexi. Kaimoji? Oh my gosh, the face with the love heart eyes. That is incredible. I need to learn your secrets. Unless Kaimoji is like a thing that you can click. I'm 25% in Ursula's Story from the Villain series by Serena Valentino. Awesome. I haven't read that, but that looks exciting. Olivia, I'm collecting those books. Ooh. Magissa is an anthology of stories about female magicians. I got it because I know one of the authors. That is cool. That is very cool. I love how different everyone's reading styles are. And I love picking up books from other people because it entices me to try books that I never would have picked off a shelf. We have a coffee maker. It takes like 15 to 20 minutes to brew. That sucks. I use coffee bags and I hate that it takes 4 minutes for the coffee bag to infuse, let alone 15 to 20 minutes. I just thought Jen said that she loved coffee and paying bills. I love the coffee part. The paying bills part, not so much. Christina! And I love that you have special cups for everything. It's so, and I always have usually a hot drink, like a coffee or a tea, a soda or like a carbonated water, and a cup, like my big jug of water throughout the day. I only have like one soda during the day. So if I have that, I usually have it around dinner time though. But usually all throughout the day, I have a hot drink and my water going at once. Hi, Christina, Olivia, Dee Dee, and Donna. Hi, Molly Hart, Donna Duckling, with something that happened in the book that I'm reading that expressed things I didn't need to know. Dee Dee Duck. 5 grams of white chocolate chips or to taste, coffee and hot boiled milk. Yum. Okay. That's delicious. I am starring that comment because I am going to write that after. I think Christina figured out that there's a keyboard shortcut for the Kaimoji, but I have an app that I was copying them from. That's cool. I'll have to have a look into that. Yummy. I know. I agree with Christina. I like the cups for different things. Yep. Although I need to get my hands on Donna's cup because that cup is amazing. And then we have, I actually do like the process of paying bills, just not when I want to go to bed. It's satisfying to get it done, but yeah, the dip in the money. I just found out, so I do Santa photos over Christmas, and I just found out that because I was a manager this year, I found out that my bonus comes in tomorrow, so I'm very excited. Have a little bit of bonus money that I was not expecting, and then we got told that we were getting it, and I was like, "Ooh," which means that our set did was one of the best selling sets in the area, and we got a really good bonus, and I didn't even know that was a thing, but I'm so excited. I have saltier chocolate, so I just don't know it all in. Press a button and it heats and mixes everything. I also have a Ghostface tumbler too. I'm so jealous. I don't own any Ghostface stuff. The only Ghostface thing I own is like in my car, hanging from my revision mirror. It's like Ghostface on the phone. It's like a car freshener thing. New books. I'd love to. I might spend it on new books, but I'm going to meet up with a bunch of Australian YouTubers at the end of the month. So I think that's going to be my money for that. And so I'll use that to get books, pay for the food, pay for my tickets, all things like that. So yeah, I think I might get maybe 1 or 2 books. That's exciting. Congratulations. Thank you. It was so unexpected because Christmas was so long ago. And yay for bonus time. I tell you what, I damn near deserved that bonus because I nearly killed myself. The hours I worked, I was supposed to be doing NetGalley in November, and I completely forgot how chaotic work was going to be. And so I had to end up changing a lot of NetGalley November stuff. And if that happens again, I just have to be really careful how I schedule my sprints. Because I got to do some and then others I didn't quite get to. But I was working 14-hour days and it was nuts. So thanks so much for coming. It's 1:10, so we're going to head on over to Chantel's on the KuKi Sprint train. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. It was lovely to meet everyone new, and for those who are here, I will be here again tomorrow at... I start at 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and I have decided we are having a pizza party. So whatever time it is, make sure you have pizza. If it's for lunch, pizza. Breakfast, pizza. You're supposed to be going to sleep, have a midnight pizza. But we're going to have a pizza party tomorrow afternoon. I think Jessica Kiwi is going to come join me. I think Nicole is going to come join me later on. If any other hosts want to come and join in the pizza fun, we'll be eating pizza. So if it's 4 a.m. pizza for you, have pizza. So I will see you guys all tomorrow. And I will be in the comments of Chantel's, I think. But thanks so much, and I will see you all soon. Bye. I nearly did it again. I nearly clicked the Leave Studio instead of End Stream. I'm an idiot.